and I discussed them. I also look at the legal framework within which you operate, based principally on the Nigerian Urban and Regional Planning Act of 1992. The role of the federal government there, the role of state governments, and the role of local government areas. I discussed them fully in my 72-page paper. I then looked at some legal issues you must be aware of when you are doing your job. You are not immune to being sued. And your defense is not going to be that, oh, I just value the land. Which is not proportional or proportionate with the item at stake can lead to you being held legally responsible. Planning that will be given to you to value, to estimate, without a corresponding professional advice can lead to your personal culpability as an individual and as a company. I took a look at the law in Rylands versus Fletcher. Many of you here will know. I have a friend here, estate surveyor and valuer. Ezechuku, Mike Okeke, we flew in together today. I know he's a student now of Bayes University, 300 level. You see what I mean? I can't remember how many lawyers will leave their profession to go and read estate survey or estate development. But many estate development, they are again coming into my field. So it's reading law now. I encourage many of you to go and read law, even Chief Ududu, even Your Royal Majesty. That rule in Rylands and Fletcher shows that if certain things are kept on your land, which you probably advise on, and they escape to destroy a neighbor's property, you can be held vicariously liable. We call it vicarious liability for being a party to it. I also looked at the rule in Donegal and Stevenson, which is called the tort of negligence. You can never be excused from negligence. You'll be held liable. Even under the Advanced Fee Fraud Act, the Criminal Code, the Penal Code, there are areas where you will be held liable for malfeasance and for breach of trust. I recommend that you must strive hard to champion the cause of creating awareness on your core competency areas to make your profession different from others. You must ensure that building and managing our cities is put in the forefront. You must ensure that there is training and retraining of your members and people who work with you. I looked at the ways you can make big cities and future cities healthier. You promote urban agriculture. Over 800 million people worldwide practice urban agriculture. Actually, a lot of people don't know. Over 800 million people. You can help to encourage healthy diets as against these fast food chains we are seeing everywhere, which leads to garbage collection, which are never disposed of. You can help in managing waste, food waste, which we find everywhere because of improper control. You can help in encouraging the boosting of green spaces for healthier environments, which will lead to improved lifestyles. Trees, green areas, aesthetics, which brings about good air. You can help to reconnect cities with rural areas so as to de-emphasize rural-urban drift, which gives all of us problems. I conclude by saying that scientific literature shows that becoming future city is inevitable for us to maintain our position in global market. Infrastructure, both in contemporary and future cities, form the foundation for city functioning and plays a crucial role in forming characteristics of future city. I emphasize the role of technology in future cities to have international accessibility. We must employ a multidisciplinary approach to address our urban development challenges with a set of tools that are better than we currently employ. Your greatest challenge, which I urge you to face today, is not about wealth creation, because estate surveyors and valuers are some of the richest Nigerians I know. They are very wealthy. So if you've gone past the stage of being hungry, you can never be hungry again. Did I hear you say amen? In fact, you feed others. Others rely on you. No town planner or architect or civil engineer or building engineer can do anything without you. Even I, as a lawyer standing here, I must live in a house. An estate surveyor and valuer must be involved. In my chambers, he must be involved. So you are like a jack of all trades and master of all. Without meaning to go vulgar, you are like a very competent prostitute. That has the capacity to service all without getting tired. Your Excellency, sir, Mr. President, sir, Your Royal Majesties, my brothers and sisters, let us pray for a better Nigeria. A Nigeria that we can be proud of. Not a Nigeria where state captors are taking the little we have to merge with the too much or the excess they already have. A country where our children will not blame us for our inertia or for our inability to protect their future. In Nigeria, where no man shall be oppressed. Nigeria, we hate thee. God bless you all.
He deserves an ovation, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies. What a guest speaker we have at the 52nd conference of our great institution. Wow. Yeah, I love the way the claps are coming. Really appreciating. Before I brought him up, I told us that Chief Mike Ezekome, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is one man that whenever he holds the microphone, you will not want him to drop it. Well, as soon as he started his speech, after letting us know that the oldest profession known to humanity is the legal profession, he also ended up agreeing to the master of ceremony by concluding that the essence surveyor and valuer is actually the oldest profession in humanity. Please, a round of applause again for His Excellency. Well, so that he does not leave Port Harcourt and go back to Abuja and say he did not have majority. Those of you in favor that essence surveyors and valuers are the oldest profession in Nigeria, can you say "I" in the world? Those of you again say The eyes have it, sir. This is a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. It's nice having you. And when he wanted to round up, he now called us competent prostitutes. Kai. Thank you, sir. There's a way somebody will insult you and to look like a compliment. That's a very lovely compliment, sir. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, while we were receiving the keynote speaker, the 22nd president of our great institution, SS Surveyor and Valuer, Dr. Olarinde Joshua Katunuolajayi, walked into this hall. Please, a very resounding round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. It's nice seeing you. Also, we have here with us, Your Excellencies, the only Oba that is an estate surveyor and valuer in the whole world. He's the Olu of Ilaro and the paramount ruler of Yewaland. His Royal Majesty, estate surveyor and valuer, Oba Kehinde Olugbenle, a fellow of the institution, a member of the MFR. Please, a round of applause for him, a member of the Federal Republic. You're welcome, Kabiesi. It's nice seeing you. These are the kind of surveyors that when you see them, you are proud to say you're an estate surveyor and valuer. Mr. President, our distinguished guests, we have here with us the Director of Lands, Cross River State, estate surveyor and valuer, Samuel U. Bassi. Wherever you're seated, Director, we recognize you. Our great institution has been blessed with men and women today to do a special presentation. We have the wives of estate surveyors and valuers. It is also in history that in the tenure of our very own president, Chief Sir Imao Kaswike, the wing or the women's wing of our great institution was bettered, and also the youth wing. Some of the performers you're going to be seeing today are wives of estate surveyors and valuers. Some of them themselves estate surveyors and valuers. And like we always say, when an estate surveyor and valuer is married to an estate surveyor and valuer, you will give birth to an estate surveyor and valuation firm. What you're going to see now are women that have become estate surveyors and valuers even without studying the course, because the two has become one. So once your husband becomes an estate surveyor and valuer, automatically you become an estate surveyor and valuer. Leading that group is our very own, one of my mentors, estate surveyor and valuer, Shade Olaya, a fellow of the institution. Please, a round of applause for them. They'll be coming up to showcase the rich cultural heritage of the Rivers people, the Ekwere people, the Ekpenya people, the Kalabari people, and also the Ogoni people. Please, a round of applause for them as they come up to do a special performance. If your wife is here, you will clap better. Please, a round of applause for them. Let's have you, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, my noble colleagues. My name is Niesv Folashade Olaya. I'm here with the beautiful wives of the Estate Surveyors for River State branch. And we're here this afternoon to welcome you to Garden City 2022. Relax and enjoy yourself. Thank you. All the women coming out and saying welcome to River State, welcome to Garden City 2022.
Give me away. Estate surveyors and valuers robote.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Am I speaking with ESV Tapolaya? I just received the valuation report on one of my properties, and I'm impressed with your suggestion. I'm impressed with your suggestion. It will certainly guide my decision. Thank you. Bye for now.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ra Amadi and I am 5 years old. Today, it's my pleasure to talk to you about an estate surveyor and valuer. Who is an estate surveyor and valuer? An estate surveyor and valuer is someone who has undergone direct training in the following areas. Number 1, property valuation. Number 2, property management. And number 3, property agency. An estate surveyor and valuer works for clients and earns professional fees in return. An estate surveyor and valuer will always stand out from other professionals because they add value. Many are called surveyors, but do they add value? Imagine our world if other professionals take our place. Let's change the dynamics and let's encourage best practices. And the time is now. I want to be an estate surveyor and valuer when I grow up because I want to add value. Thank you.
Welcome to this conference, noble men and women. My name is Bonsa Dub. I'm 7 years old, and I'm here to talk about the beauty and importance of being an estate surveyor and valuer like my father. Estate surveyors and valuers are professionals trained to manage and maintain public infrastructures. They are relevant to the society because they are 1, project and property managers, 2, valuers of assets, 3, involved in feasibilities and viability studies, 4, great employers of labor. My father, just like every other estate surveyor and valuer, is an amazing professional. He is known for his qualities of service and expertise. He values all kinds of assets, structures, land, airplanes, everything of value you can ever think of. His clients have great trust and confidence in him because he manages and maintains properties entrusted in his returns on the investment. He's an educator, a trainer, and has raised individuals by educating them on estate management, both as a profession and course of study. Tell me, with professionals like my father, who wouldn't want to be an estate surveyor and valuer, or even marry one? I am proud of all estate surveyors and valuers and their contribution to the development of our society. I will work hard to be an ESV myself, and I encourage every child, student, roadside agent to aspire to become one too. Remember, if you can't be an estate surveyor and valuer, make sure you get married to one. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and all the invited guests, and I am standing on the 16th protocol. My names are Eliana Oedele Tolope, and I'm speaking on the role of an estate surveyor and valuer in the society. Who is an estate surveyor and valuer? Estate surveyors and valuers are professionals trained in the art and science of estate management to direct and supervise interest in land and landed properties with the aim of obtaining maximum returns for the owner on investments. The role of an estate surveyor and valuers are numerous, which makes them very relevant in the society. And such are called jack of all trade and masters of all, based on their relationship with other professionals. They are professional property consultants and experts that advise on various types of real estate investments. They serve as property managers to clients, private and public parastatals, manages and maintains real estate facilities and assets. They provide an opinion of value and worth of land and landed properties, plants and machineries, furniture and fixtures. They are estate agents, which is there's a link between the buyer and the seller. They provide shelter for the masses. And finally, they're the bedrock of economic development of a nation. I am therefore proud to be called the daughter of an estate surveyor and valuer and an aspiring estate surveyor and valuer in future by God's grace. So let's collectively give the Nigerian institution of estate surveyors and valuers their well-deserved place and recognition. Long live Niesv. Long live River State. Long live Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, can we give them a resounding round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, a resounding round of applause for the wives and the children of SS surveyors and valuers. I just told the Central Planning Committee chairman, I say, if you know marry SS surveyor and valuer, wait till the parents of smiling, saying my school fees is working, my school fees is doing well. The kind of Queen's English they were speaking, even our elder here, Elder Odudu, was smiling. The kind of English he likes listening to. And seeing grandchildren doing that, I saw his smile. Please again, a round of applause for this great institution. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we have come to a very important part of today's occasion, which is goodwill messages from our sister professional bodies. We'll be giving them just 60 seconds each to give a goodwill message. In no particular order, the first on that list is Mrs. Helen C. Irobuisi, the ICANN Port Harcourt District Chairman, representing the 58th President of ICANN. Please a round of applause for her as she comes up.
Thank you very much, able MC. My name is Mrs. Helen C. Irobuisi, FCA, representing the ICANN 58th President, Malam Isa Musa Isa. It's a wonderful experience to be here to share with our sister professional body, the Nigerian Institute of Estate Valuers. When I entered the hall, I looked around and I saw the theme of the conference, their 52nd conference. I said, wonderful. What a german topic they have chosen. Development. And in this present world, being driven by technology, anybody that is not aspiring for development, infrastructural, both economical and otherwise, of course, sustaining them as well, will not be part of that future and will not have that city at all. So we commend our sister professional body on a well-organized topic and a wonderful team they have chosen. And as I was going and listening through all the talks, especially by our erudite son, Sir Dr. Mike, I said, wow, I won't go into that argument because we know accountancy is an A profession, number one. But I wouldn't go there because if a vote is cast here, nobody will support me. But I will just say that we are no more struggling for that. So who is the first? What we are not talking about is after now, which profession will still be practiced in heaven? Is accountancy. Yes. Yes, because our motto is integrity and accuracy. And if you don't have integrity and accuracy, when those books of accounts, is book of stewardship, books of accounts are opened on that last day, you will not be found there. Yes. So we are the profession practice here in heaven. And on that note, I want to say thank you very much for a well-organized conference.
Oh, wow. All right, thank you. Wahala be like bicycle. Even accountants are telling us now that they are the ones that will open the book. So accountants have become God now. No problem. Please a round of applause for the accountants. Thank you very much. Next up, Alhaji Aziz Alatoye, Nigerian Taxation Standard Board, representing the president of that institute. Please a round of applause for him. Sir, you have 60 seconds, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, your Royal Highnesses, and permit me to recognize the Royal Highness, the Olu of Ilaro, and the paramount ruler of Yewa land, because I hold conference in his territory for the past almost 25 years, and he always attended the conference. So I'm very happy to meet him here again, Your Royal Highness. So I also pay homage to my president of ICANN. On behalf of the president of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, he has asked me to deliver his goodwill message to wish the institution an excellent conference, and that you should keep the excellent work you are doing. He also sent me a message yesterday night that I need to let you know that the institution and the institute can actually collaborate in the area of taxation. Because when the 2019 Finance Act was passed, they said the construction industry withholding tax will drop from 5% to 2.5%, excluding 3 of those items, including the survey. So I think if we had collaborated, we probably would have pleaded to also include the estate surveyor and valuers within the reduction in the tax. So in the area of advocacy and manpower development, especially in taxation, we can work together. Finally, on a lighter note, I thought they said there are only 2 things that are very certain in life. And what is that? Is debt and what? And tax. So I will hold on here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for Alhaji Aziz Alatoye. Thank you, sir. We are beginning to hear different versions. Is all right? Please, the former Commissioner for Transport, River State, Honorable Barrister Osima Gina JP, wants to give a goodwill message to our great institution. Please, can we have you, sir? Just for 60 seconds, he wants to give a goodwill message. Please, can we give a hand for him, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. First, I thank God for being here, and let me thank the President for extending your invitation to me. There is no time, but I believe that maybe I will have opportunity, if given that opportunity in the breakout session, to discuss on issues of development, infrastructure, and sustainability. Your team is very apt. As estate surveyors and valuers, you are part of the professionals in the built environment. And from my experience as Pioneer Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, you have quite a lot to do. Let me first congratulate you for bringing this conference, your annual general conference, to Port Harcourt, to experience the extent of development, infrastructural development, and issue of sustainability, maintenance of infrastructure that has been carried on by His Excellency Niesv Wike, the governor of River State. Seeing is believing. I'm sure if you are not here, you will only be told, and some of you may be doubting Thomas, whether it is true. You have seen River State as the new Dubai of Nigeria. And obviously, that can be possible without the contribution of the estate surveyors and valuers. You have quite a lofty role to play, but please, as the guest speaker also observed, in my experience, I also observed the issue of certainty, issue of discipline, and issue of training, so that as estate surveyors and valuers, you'll be on the same page when you have your assignment. And then please also know that you are advisors to government. You don't need to keep away from the activities of government. You don't need to be called. You don't need to be called. Be close to government to know what government is doing. And where appropriate, also advise government on the way forward. Port Harcourt is an example of the cities of the future, because every city has to be renewed, has to be developed in line with the increasing population of the city. And so let me once more thank you for coming to the garden city of Port Harcourt. Enjoy the beautiful ambience. I'm sure if you are driving in Aba Road, in GRAs, you will hardly find one pothole. The cities are beautiful, and that is what cities of future should look like. Congratulations, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have, representing the president, Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture, Engineer Chukudi Ezugo. Please, a round of applause for him. Representing Eze Mike. Louis, please, can we have you, sir, for your good message? Just 60 seconds, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, former governor, president of the institution, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Engineer Chukudi Ezugo, and I represent the president of the Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce, Industry, and Agriculture, Eze Mike Elechi, who is unavoidably absent. The importance of estate valuers to businesses cannot be overemphasized, because you people produce important documents the organized private sector and businesses need to raise capital, which is the valuation of properties and assets. So I welcome you to Port Harcourt, the garden city. And like the commissioner said, you need to take a tour around Port Harcourt to see for yourself the urban renewal programs and the massive infrastructure going on in Port Harcourt. It is also important to note here that the business opportunities in Port Harcourt are quite enormous. And on behalf of the president, I want to invite you all and your clients to come and invest in Port Harcourt and River State, because your opportunities are really enormous. So I want to wish you a wonderful stay in Port Harcourt. Enjoy the garden city, the hospitality, and the wonderful environment. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. President, one of our very good friends of our institution, the Lafarge Group, they've supported this conference. They want to give a good message. Please, a round of applause for the Lafarge Group as they just come up to do a very short, they just say 30 seconds. These are people that are into the industry. They don't talk too much. So I'll give a very brief message from the Lafarge Group. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure to be here on behalf of my MD, Engineer Khalid El Dokani. I am Kayode Akintolu, the area manager for Lafarge, Olsen, and ready-mix businesses in Port Harcourt. We're very happy on behalf of Lafarge to be associated with this great institution. Just as the lawyer said, that law and order was the first. In my opinion, there was an estate and there was a city, the Garden of Eden. For Lafarge, we've supported this institution, the construction industry, in so many ways. One of them can be attested to the recent development in Port Harcourt by Julius Berger, the flyovers. We were actively involved in this. And I want us to know that as a business, our interest also falls in line with the theme of this year's conference, Cities of Futures. And in our own term, in our own theme, we say, Lafarge, we are building beautiful cities. Therefore, we are proud to be a part of you, and we'll always be proud to be involved in the activities of this institution. With sustainability as our core of our strategy, we are also committed to building progress for people and the planet. This year, our theme says, only one word. We have only one word. And it is the responsibility of every one of us, every institution here, to make sure that this word is sustained. On this note, because of timing, we have supported this organization. It is raining time. I don't know if the usher, madam, I don't know if you can bring some of the umbrellas there, some of the umbrellas on that table. Bring some, maybe 3 or 4, to support this conference. Please, it is just a little token. Accept it on behalf of Lafarge. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful conference.
Mr. President, he's coming to present umbrellas to our institution and to this conference from the Lafarge Group. Please, a round of applause for the Lafarge Group, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have from the River State House of Assembly, the leader of the River State House of Assembly, Honorable Martin Amayule, will be coming up to give a goodwill message on behalf of the people of River State. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes up. This is a leader, honorable leader, people that make the laws. You're welcome, sir.
His Excellency, the former governor of River State, Sir Celestine Ngozi Umehia, the president of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, Chief Emma Okas Wike, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker of the River State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Ikunyi Owaji Ibani, express our excitement that delegates of this institution are here in River State for your 52nd annual conference. We are delighted that you chose River State. We are delighted that you have confidence in the ability of the state government to host you, to provide the enabling environment for you to have a successful conference. The River State House of Assembly will always partner with organizations, bodies that will help us promote our dear states, especially in the area of lawmaking. And I want to extend Mr. Speaker's appreciation for what you are doing for River State, for our dear country, especially the plan you have to develop the framework that will help develop the Nigerian cities. Your team for this year is apt, and I must say that what the state government is doing currently coincides with what your team is talking about, cities of the future. The Rivers State government, under the able leadership of His Excellency Eze-Wanye Sonwike, is doing a lot in that direction. Some have already expressed that. Still find time to move around Rivers State. You will find out that we are working in this direction. The Rivers House of Assembly will leave no stone unturned in ensuring that the legal framework that you need to do what you have to do for our dear states, for the country, is put in place. So on behalf of Mr. Speaker, I welcome all of you to Rivers State, to Port Harcourt, and do know that this is my constituency, Obiakpo Constituency 1. Coincidentally, you are in my constituency. I'm happy that you're here. Our people are happy that you're here. May God bless you. Please have a pleasant deliberations. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Martin. Mr. President, we have the representative of the Executive Governor of Katsina State. He flew in all the way from Katsina to be here. He'll be giving a goodwill message on behalf of the Executive Governor of Katsina State, His Excellency, Right Honorable Bello Masari. Please a round of applause for him as he comes up to give the goodwill message on behalf of the Executive Governor of Katsina State.
Thank you very much. The President, the representative of the Governor of Rivers State, Excellency, all other protocols of that. On behalf of my principal, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, he instructed me to come here and wish you well in this annual conference. Already, he's quite aware of the importance of this association, Estate Valuers and Surveys. And being a planner myself, he instructed me to come here and give a very good message and wish you well in all your deliberations. And personally, I wish to advise the participants, especially the graduates and those professionals around, to please partake in politics if we want our plans to succeed. By not participating in the politics of this country, we will leave so many things undone. So thank you, and may God bless this association.
Thank you, sir. Just so you know that we have our plenary session after we are done with this segment of the event, and we have one of the erudite minds, one of the best and the finest as a surveyor and valuer we have in our very institution, giving the lead paper today, and I'm very sure you don't want to miss that part of today's event. Mr. President, I would like to invite you to give a plaque to our guest speaker for flying in all the way and giving us a memorable time at this year's conference. Please, can we put our hands together for the president as he comes to give a plaque to our keynote speaker, Chief Mike Ezekome, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Is that the best we can do? You know how much we pay to go and listen to Chief Mike Ezekome?
On behalf of the council and the entire membership of Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, I present this award to you, Mike Ezekome, SAN, as a guest speaker at the 52nd Annual Conference, Port Harcourt 2022, signed by Estate Surveyors and Valuers Chief Emmanuel Okaswike, the President of the institution. I want to thank you so much that you did not fail us. Thank you.
Mr. President, sir, I humbly accept this plaque, this great honor from a great institute, a great institution that is more like a Robin Hood. They take from the rich and spread to the poor. On behalf of my humble self, my family, and the suffering masses of this country, the Franz Fanon's wretched of the earth, the hoi polloi, the repressed, the suppressed, the oppressed, the marginalized, the subjugated, the ignored, the denied, the cheated members of this society. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. If you know your hands are not disadvantaged and lacking, and which other adjective should we use again? Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations, Chief Mike Ezekome, SAN. Your Excellency, while you were going back to your seat, just to let you know that add estate surveyor and valuer to your name. So anywhere we see you now, you are now a friend of the estate surveyors and valuers. Thank you very much. To entertain us and show us the rich cultural heritage of the Rivers people from the Opobo Kingdom, please join me to welcome Owogbo Cultural Group of Opobo Kingdom, doing a very sharp presentation. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please a round of applause for them. Thank you. The Uwokbo Cultural Group of the Opobo Kingdom. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please a round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please a round of applause for them, Your Excellencies. The way that masquerade was moving with cutlass behind me here, I need to be sure that there will not be emergency discharge of any kind. Before a fine gentleman, a debonair of a kind, as a surveyor and valuer, Victor Adekunle Alonge, will be presenting our lead paper for this event. He's our second vice president, and trust me, you don't want to miss that paper. One of the finest minds that the Almighty has blessed us in this great institution. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, to give his goodwill message, the man we have come to know as the only governor in Nigeria that is a workaholic, Mr. Project, the POS Africa. I wish I saw him here in person. But the very good thing about Port Harcourt is that when you have seen one, you have seen all. He is the former governor of River State, His Excellency Chief Sir Celestine Omehia. Please a round of applause for him as he comes up to give his goodwill message on behalf of the Executive Governor of River State. Please, can we give him a resounding round of applause, please? You're welcome, Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Nigerian Institution of Estate Valuers, Estate Surveyors and Valuers, all the members of his Executive Council, my friend and my brother, the leader of the House of Assembly in River State, Chief Amehule. The guest speaker, who is my in-law, but thought he can sneak into Port Harcourt without letting me know we are here today. Chief Mike Ezekome, and he is popularly known in Edo Kingdom as the Akpakpa Vigi Vigi of Edo Kingdom. Akpakpa Vigi Vigi, welcome to River State. His Royal Highness and our royal fathers, my friends, members of this noble profession, I was highly delighted when Mr. President of this institution called me to say he would be delighted if I come and attend this August ceremony. It's once in a year an annual convention of the institution. and it doesn't happen often. I promised him I'm coming, I will be here, despite all other assignments I have with my bishop, the Bishop of Port Harcourt Catholic Church in River State. Maybe after now, I'll have to attend to Bishop's calls. Today, as far as I'm concerned, history is being made. As an annual conference, decisions are taken. Many things are being ordered and organized according to the theme of the conference. And the theme of this conference is Cities of the Future. And it will go down in history that decision, plans, ideas to elevate Nigeria to a higher level, to cities like New York, other cities in the world, was taken in River State under the able presidency of Emma Okas Wike. It is a history, it is a program we must honor. We in River State are delighted to have you here amongst the good people of Nigeria. River State, as you know it, we used to pride ourselves that outside River State, outside Lagos State, Port Harcourt is the next beautiful, most developed city in Nigeria. But then a lot has to be done. And we cannot do it alone. The development of the city is not in one person's hand. It's not in the hands of the government alone. It's not in the hands of the surveyor, estate surveyors and valuers alone. The government has a role to play. Unlike the leader of the House said, the government of River State is ready and willing to join hands with any institution, anybody in the development of River State. Your role is enormous. Your role is needed in the development of the state. We know as a council, as a body, you can go beyond the functions given to individual members of this council to correct the ills in the development of the state. In some areas, we have floods because some people go out of their way to build on the waterways. Individuals and this council, this body, has a right to either advise the government or take up legal actions against such people who are encroaching on waterways. You have your roles. Look at, if you go back to Abuja, for instance, those who designed Abuja designed the gardens on health grounds, on for other reasons. But I can tell you today, the gardens will soon extinguish. The gardens have been given out for parties, for some other reasons, and not for the reasons why it was created. And you have a role to play. So also here in River State, I'm sure some of you must have heard of the Greater Port Harcourt city. It's still not developed. It's a challenge that this body can bring in developers to contribute towards the development of Greater Port Harcourt. And even we have Ahoda industrial estate, Trans-Amadi industrial estate, and all need further development. And this body has a role to play in contributing towards the development of Rivers State. However, it's a challenge that the future of cities in Nigeria should be properly drawn up. It is not going to be one day thing. It could be for 4, 5 years, 10 years program, and the cities will look like it ought to be anywhere in the world. For those of you who have been here since Monday, I'm sure you have seen what Port Harcourt looks like. I'm sure you have enjoyed yourself and many more areas to be exploited in Rivers State. Port Harcourt, Rivers State is peaceful, friendly people. You have seen the display of 1 or 2 of our cultures and many more if you stay longer than this. On this note, I humbly ask and call for the opening ceremony to declare this ceremony open today. Thank you and God bless you.
Please, we can do better, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. A round of applause for Chief Sir Celestine Omeya. Please, before we go to the declaration of the booth opened by the governor, we are going to be having a group photograph session, please. Our president, our lead speaker. Mr. President, I just got it on very good information that our lead speaker's son is married to the daughter of an assessor surveyor and valuer. So, senior advocate, you are a member of the family. You are welcome, sir. So, Mr. President, can we have you, please? The Representative of the Governor, His Excellency, Chief Dr. Omeya, our first and second Vice President. Can we have you? The Honorable, please. All our past presidents, our royal fathers, members of the Board of Trustees. Please, Your Royal Highnesses, the President of the Governor of Katsina State. Please, let's have you, please. Our sister bodies, please. Let's have you, please. All our sister bodies, please. Our official photographers will be handling this session. And please, we are supposed to go for tea break after this. So, just so you know, your snacks will be served to you on your seat. If you're not seated, you're not going to have your tea break. So please make sure you're seated. The ushers are going to go around to serve you your snacks wherever you're seated. What do you want? Lock it like this. Our president is going to be leading the team. Thank you very much to the exhibition booths and all that. As soon as that is done, please, DJ, can you bring it down, please? We want to specially inform us that please, your tea break, your snacks should be served to you on your seats. You're not allowed to leave your seats, please. If you're not seated, you're not going to get your snack. As soon as that is done, we're going to be bringing up our lead paper presenter for today for the presentation of his paper. I'll leave you in the hands of our DJ to, please, and also don't forget your mobile phones, your handbags, your conference bags. Please keep them where they will be safe. Thank you. Music. Please, the information reaching us is that if you are not seated, you will not get your snacks for your tea break. If you are not seated, you will not get your snacks for your tea break. Please, just be seated. I'll give you your snack, then you go and collect your tea. Thank you. Music. Unwachuku Jonathan. Unwachuku Jonathan. There's a missing Keystone Bank ATM card. Unwachuku Jonathan. If you're the owner of this ATM card, please report yourself. Wachuku Jonathan. Is your ATM card? Please, those of us that are still standing, please, can we come back to our seats, please? They will not serve you when you are standing. Those of you that are still standing, you will not be served while you are standing, please. Let's make our way back to our seats. As soon as the president is seated and all the past presidents, I'll be bringing up our lead paper presenter, please. As soon as the president is seated, all our past presidents are seated. Members of the Board of Trustees are seated, please. I'll be bringing up our lead paper presenter. Okay, please, student members, you can go to the third floor for your quiz. Student members, please go to the third floor for your quiz. All student members, go to the third floor for your quiz. Please, let's be seated, please. We beg you, let's be seated so that you can serve the snacks for the... Our time is fast spent, so we can start our first plenary session, please. Please, let's serve this fast with a dispatch, please, so that we can start our plenary session, please. Please, if you're not seated, you're not going to get a snack. Don't say we didn't tell you. Please, we beg you. Just be seated. They'll give you snack and your water. If you know you want to take tea. If you want to take tea, you can go in of the stand. We have 4 stands. We have 2 stands at the rear there, 1 at the back. The president is back, please. Please, we are going up in the next 2-3 minutes. We are starting our first plenary, please. In the next 2-3 minutes, we are starting our plenary. Shout out to our mommy, Esther and Value, Olo Okure. I see you. People that trained us in Kaduna those days. Esther and Value, Uche Guatu, our mother. Are there people from Kaduna Polytechnic in this place at all? Are there spiders in this building? You are a spider. You know, there are only 2 polytechnics in Nigeria, Kaduna Polytechnic and the rest. Special announcement, music down, please. Please, there is a table for lost but found item. A lost but found item table at the back of the hall. Please, in case you find anything that is missing, you can drop them there. And in case you have any of your stuff that is missing, please go there and clear yourself with the people in charge of that part. Lost but found, missing item desk. So please, go there. Please, we're waiting for our ushers, our caterers. Please, can we, please? Except you want to take tea. I don't know whether you are from the northern part of Nigeria. This is about 2 o'clock, a bit 2:30. You want to take tea. It's only us that are used to shy, even by 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. But please, if you're doing this, be nice because we want to go up. Thank you. Please, the president has given us 2 minutes more to finish sharing whatever we're sharing. Our ushers, please, can you help us? Our ushers, all this one you are dropping water leather bags all over the place. We are estate surveyors and valuers. So. Housekeeping, please, let's have you start packing up these things. The president is coming out for us. Plenary session, please. Please, all the student members should go to the third floor for your quiz. You collect your tea break and go, you collect your snack and go to the third floor for your quiz, please. That's the final announcement for that one, please. Please, let's be seated, please. Please, let's be seated. All our past presidents are seated. Members of the Board of Trustees are seated. Those of you that are still moving around, please, just collect your snack from your seats. They'll give you water. The tea is not going anywhere. So when the place is less busy, you can go and get your tea, please. Please, the chairman, local organizing committee, your attention is needed, sir. Chairman, local organizing committee. Please, our ushers, where are our ushers, please? Lily's ushers, where are you, please? Chairman, Local Organizing Committee, our ushers, please, your attention needed here very fast, please. Ushers, please, where are you? Please come. Move as if your leg has life. This one you go and move. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll go them now. Fast. Each one to one person. Fast. Tell them that, sir. Thank you, sir. So please, the ushers are back in case you need help with getting your tea served on your seats. That's if you have challenge to move around. But if you don't, please help yourself, please, so that we can start. So you can drop that and do it very fast. Please, we are calling this session to order, please. The president is back to session, so we're about to start the first plenary session for today. Please, if you're standing, you are out of order. Please, let's be seated, please. Thank you. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we want to welcome us to the first plenary for today. And our lead paper presenter for today will be talking on the theme of the conference, Cities of the Future, Development, Infrastructure, and Sustainability. Please, the citation of the lead speaker is in the brochure. Because of time, we will not be reading that. But our lead speaker is the second vice president of our great institution, an astute as a surveyor and valuer. Please, can we give a round of applause for as a surveyor and valuer, Victor Adekule Alonga, a fellow of the institution, a fellow of Royal Institute of Surveyors, a fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. You're welcome, sir.
The President, ICT, the President, the first Vice President, the Board of Trustee members, past President, KBSD, distinguished noble colleagues. Please, I want to still stand on the already established protocol. Slides, please. I have my paper already given to the organizers. I think it's about 34 pages. But what I have done is actually to reduce it to PowerPoint, and even the PowerPoint, I will not be spending so much time on it. The issues covered, the topic I'll be speaking on is actually the theme of the conference, which is Cities of the Future, Development, Infrastructure, and Sustainability. I will be looking at, first slide, please. The content, we're looking at this content given here, and perhaps focusing more on from number 5 to number 9. I want to say, next slide. I want to say that I'm very, very delighted to be presenting this paper. And I want to say that the topic is actually very, very timely, considering the state of our development in this country, and also the stage of development of our profession. A lot of speakers have already spoken on the various aspects of the
main theme. And I think they have done justice to most of the aspects. What I will be doing is to look at to take a helicopter view of the theme. And I will be looking at primarily, why do we need cities, sustainable, smart, sustainable cities? What are the reasons for it? How can we actually achieve it? What are the things that we need to do? And if we do, how do we make it sustainable? But I want to tell us that the importance of this topic is born out of the global statistics, which is very, very staggering. Population as at today, or as at 2021, is estimated to be 4.46 billion people. Compare that to rural population, which is about 3.41 billion. And if you consider the fact that in 1950, the global urban population was actually 751 million people. So you will have seen that since 1950 to date, the phenomenal increase in urbanization, people moving to the urban areas. And the projection is actually also very, very worrisome. It is projected, like the keynote speaker said earlier today, that in 2050, we will probably be looking at a global population, urban population of about 6.7 billion people. And the point actually is that in the next, this is probably going to add about 2.5 billion to the urban population. But the critical thing is this 2.5 billion addition to the urban population, 90% of it is projected to actually happen in Asia and Africa. And what that means, because as at the moment, in less developed countries, the global urban population is about 2.5. So that is probably going to add about 2.25 billion out of the estimated 2.5 billion to our, urban population in the less developed countries. I'm talking about Asia and Africa. So that is why this topic is actually more important in a country like Nigeria. I'm talking about the less developed countries. And we know that in Africa, Nigeria is the most, has the highest urban population on the continent. And the point is that we now need to see, because as we urbanize, we have challenges. Urbanization comes with a whole range of problems. So can we have the slides? You will see from the slide, I think I have passed this particular slide. Move to the next one. And the point actually is, as cities grow, because yesterday, Dr. Iri Okoli was talking about global warming and the challenges. And I just sat and listened to him carefully. Urbanization presents the greatest threat of global warming to human race. The point actually is cities, yes, in terms of our GDP, cities contribute about 60% of the global GDP. So we are productive in the cities. But the point is about 67% of global energy demand also comes from cities. And we generate 70% of the harmful substances in the cities. We're talking about greenhouse gases, chlorofluorocarbons. They are all generated from the cities. So as we have cities develop, we also have challenges. And those challenges are, if not taken care of, they are fatal to our existence. And the point actually is, if we look at United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goal number 11 was actually meant to help the world to focus on the need to actually develop sustainable cities. That is, cities where most of these challenges will actually be addressed, and then we'll have a situation where we live in an area that is conducive to human living, that is actually sustainable. Congestion, no. Greenhouse emission and so on will be reduced. But the point is, please, can I have the slides now? Go on. You see, these are just, the paper is there. What I'm going to do is just to talk generally and then move on to, the critical stuff. Now, I've said this, we have, we all crave urbanization. The projection I gave earlier, the current rural population, global rural population is about 3.46 billion. And it is projected that in 2050, that will actually drop. So as cities grow, the rural areas will actually reduce in population. So that means the rural urban migration will be very, very prominent. So it is important that we focus on the challenges in the cities, and these challenges that we face in the cities. That is why this idea of sustainable, smart and sustainable cities actually came about. So what exactly, next slide. So what exactly is, I've said this, move on, next slide. Now, what exactly are we talking about when we say we need sustainable cities? Now, a sustainable cities, is understood to actually, is actually a set of approaches and practically applying the knowledge of urban sustainability. And the point is, in terms of how do you describe it? You have, when you want to say urbanization, one thing about urbanization is that when you look at cities and sustainability, you don't just look at the population. You look at the economic and social, factors that actually make the city to be livable. And those are the things that sustainable cities focus on. Next slide. Next slide. Now, I am actually looking at sustainable cities. Now we know the challenges we face in our current cities. So how do we mitigate those challenges and ensure that we have a city where we can live devoid of all this? I'm actually taking this in a language that we all understand, because most of the technical presentation have been presented yesterday. So I want us to have a global helicopter view of it. Now, how do we achieve these sustainable cities? But there are some things we need to take into account. When you are planning, when you're talking about sustainable cities, it does not mean that you are going to create a new one only. Some of the existing cities can actually be adapted to be smart. New ones will have to be developed. The point is, when you are developing a new city, then the planning aspect has to be top-notch. And there must be some discipline entrenched in the planning and then implementation. The ones that we have now, which have developed in an organic form, because our cities develop organically. Even in Yoruba land, the traditional way is the urban palace becomes the focus, and then from there, the city grow, you have the market, and then other settlements. And those are not actually really subject to pre-planning. The challenges that we face more in this part of the world, in Africa and in Asia, is that the number of cities that we will have to sort of correct, if I may use that word, in order to make it sustainable. There are more than, because how many cities are we creating now? The challenge we face in actually creating new cities that work is infrastructure. I mean, we have land, but the point is you cannot go and create a city, no matter how well planned it is, if you don't have infrastructure in terms of road, in terms of transportation, in particular electricity and so on. So you have it failed. We've had a lot of it, I think, in Oyo State. Ajoda New Town is there, and in some other states where we had real, pre-planned cities. They failed because people refused to go and live there. Actually, those who are supposed to live there, they did not go to live there because deficiency in our transportation system. I mean, if you go to developed countries, that is why their own projection in terms of urbanization or city growth is actually low. In the next 50 years, theirs will only increase by the 2.5 billion, they are going to increase by only 10% of that. Because most of their villages, where they call villages, are actually well planned. And you can actually see some element of sustainability in those areas. But ours is not. That is why in our own case, we have to do more to actually correct our existing cities, because that is where people will want to move to. That's why everybody wants to go to Lagos or come to Port Harcourt or go to Abuja. Those are existing ones. And the point is, as those cities increase in terms of population, the services are actually overstretched. And when you overstretch the services, it affects the quality of life. And smart, sustainable city concept is a city where you live, no danger to your health. You are able to work productively. You are able to, no stress, stressless, to be honest with you. And that is where the challenges is. Because in terms of creating new cities, I see a lot of challenges, especially in Nigeria, because of poor infrastructure. So it is very important, slide please. It is very important that estate surveyors will understand, because cities to us, in terms of definition, cities, when a planner is talking about city, will actually be different in a way. We may not mean the same thing, when estate surveyors are talking about cities and planners are talking about cities, or engineers are talking about cities. Our own city definition is actually more inclusive and actually look at the sustainability aspect of it. Because when a planner is talking about city development, it's looking mostly at looking at the land use, land use planning, and just making sure that, those land uses are adhered to. But when estate surveyors and valuers are looking at it, we are looking at it from functionality point of view. Yes, the planning is there, which is given. How are these going? I mean, the planning, the use planning and so on. How are they going to function in the real sense of it? So the truth of the matter is we need sustainable smart cities. And all the things that we are going to be looking at is more of how to make it more intelligent. And some of the things we need to actually use: IT, ICT, because we have heard a lot about, transportation, electric cars, driverless cars, and intelligent buildings. Those are elements that will have to come in the planning of smart cities. But the truth of the matter actually is, the challenge will be how to adapt what we have now. For instance, in our cities, how do we adapt? Is it feasible? Is it practicable? And I think our emphasis will be more on actually looking at infrastructure, because infrastructure is key to smart city. Without infrastructure, you are wasting your time. And the truth of the matter is, I think this year, the budget for infrastructure is actually second in our budget. In this, I'm talking about Nigeria now, second only to defense. But the point is, this infrastructure budget, where is it going? And knowing fully well that budgeting is different from actually, spending. 90% of our budget, of our revenue, is actually used to service debts. So it is important that we know that smart, sustainable cities is not just something that is celestial. It is something that requires collaboration of all the professionals and estate surveyors and valuers. And this is an area where estate surveyors and valuers have to actually key in. And please, the next slide. So we now look at, I've said this, the elements of smart, sustainable city. We should be looking at integrating 3 dimensions of sustainability. I'm talking about social development, economic development, and environmental management based on the foundation of urban governance. You see, discipline, when you have smart cities, discipline is important. You adhere to regulation. Land use planning is strictly enforced. The titling, the land use, everything is based on governance. And then there is democratic, we have had it. Democratic governance, accountability. Those are essential elements or components of smart cities. And I've also, no, go back, please. And there is one thing that we need to note here. Please go back to that slide. There is one thing we need to note here, that in order to develop smart, sustainable cities, we have 5 thematic areas. The building energy efficiency is key because you need to control the energy utilization. I've said the danger of, just spoken about the danger of energy utilization in terms of global warming. We also need to look at waste management. Very, very important. If we look at our cities, Lagos or Port Harcourt, you will see that the waste management, although it's been improved, but it's still very, very poor. And that is a major source, of urban pollution. We look at sustainable urban transport. Yeah, infrastructure, transportation is key. If we are able to have good transportation network, then you can site cities even in remote areas. And even within the smart city itself, that sustainable urban transport is absolutely going to be key. We all know what sustainability means anyway. Ability to meet the demand of the present without actually compromising the requirements of the future generation. Then we look at the water and wastewater management. Absolutely key. Absolutely key. And the last one is urban ecosystem management. So these are the 5 thematic areas that we look at for when we are talking about smart, sustainable cities. And you see, it's not just the economic aspects that we'll be looking at. We also have the environmental system. So economic and environmental will have to be, if you look at the 5 thematic areas, they revolve around this. Next slide, please. So we have, this in terms of, segmenting it into the thematic areas. What we'll be looking at. Social development, economic development, environmental management, urban governance. And we look at infrastructure. We have hard infrastructure, we have soft infrastructure. And in terms of economic development, essentially making the city to be productive. And also the environmental management, reducing the risk to human health. Essentially, that is, and then urban governance, in terms of making the running of the city democratic. What's going on? It's off. Making the running of the city to be democratic. Because through democratic governance of the city, you have, performance, evaluation, and feedback. And feedback is actually meant to improve. And that improvement is what makes it even more sustainable. The slide is off. So the point actually is, in terms of the role of estate surveyors and valuers, in the development, we have a role, because the planning aspect of it, the architecture aspect of it, because at the end of the day, the management of the smart cities will have to fall back on estate surveyors and valuers. So we have a role to play in not just planning, having input into planning process, but also advising in the post-development management. What's going on? Okay. All right. So next slide. Next slide there. Next slide. So next. I'm going to estate surveyor's role now. Okay. So in terms of next slide. Next, I've already passed this stage. Next. Okay, that's all right. Now, so I've said it, our role in terms of development and even adapting the existing cities to be smart. We have a role in providing support for the planning and also in post-development management. The point is that our knowledge and skill, in terms of what we do, actually give us that critical role. And as the keynote speaker said, it's actually going to be wishful thinking to be talking of smart, sustainable cities without estate surveyors input. Next slide. Next, okay. So, like I said, where we have a role in terms of management of greenhouse leases, enforcing those provisions in the leases that ensures that we have, we reduce the greenhouse production. Then I think yesterday, one of the speakers also spoke about our support in terms of facilitating finance. We may not be actually a finance expert, but our knowledge of actually the development process and then our training in actually understanding the financing dynamics of property development finance and so on will give us that edge to be able to advise, in financing the various aspects of smart city development. Of course, property management and facility management, that is our role, very, very important. Then when we talk about valuation, because smart cities, there's one thing we need to understand. Our valuation services will now have to reflect our knowledge and also the requirement of, sustainability. Now we now look at energy efficiency of buildings in actually providing valuation. Because if you have two identical buildings, one is energy efficient and the other one is not, it will be foolhardy for anybody to say, yeah, that was sold for 500 million, so this one will be 500 million. No, the one that is energy efficient will actually command more value. Because why? Because the running costs eventually, when you buy it, the running costs will actually be lower. Then smart land administration. This is an issue where we have problems. We've said it, the debt capital that we have in this country, PwC has said it is about $800 billion US. So if we look at that, if we have smart land administration system, we open up this opportunity to actually bring this debt capital into the productive sector. And in smart cities, we cannot afford to even have 10% debt capital if that city must be sustainable. Then sustainable property development. So from the beginning, when design is being conceived, when planning is being conceived, we come in to advise the various professionals about how to make it sustainable, bringing in all this knowledge that we have in terms of running it and ensuring that there is actually good environment in that development. Our health is not at risk. There is less stress. There is efficient transport system, and so on and so forth. So in conclusion, I said it's very important, like I've said, the current state of urban infrastructure in this country makes it absolutely critical that we start thinking about how to adapt most of our cities to be smart. We may actually start, we may have to segment it. For instance, you may not actually take the whole of Port Harcourt, that you want to make Port Harcourt to be smart sustainable. It could be segmented into maybe Obiakpo area, you start with it, and then the networking, everything begins. And then you move to another area and so on. But that would depend on planning. But it is actually important that this is given attention. And when we start, it will have to be from infrastructure point of view. We have also, I've also said, I've also touched on the importance of ICT. Absolutely important. What ICT brings is efficiency in most of what we do and effectiveness. Not just efficiency, but also effectiveness. And that is the way to go anyway. And the point is, where on the other side, we may look at it as, look, we have massive, it will probably cause unemployment because this is a labor-intensive economy and so on and so forth. But the productivity of ICT will actually create opportunity in other sectors for those that are not able to be employed because of ICT. Next page. Next slide, please. So the city of the future, can be planned, envisioned, and visualized, and implemented through integration of technology with urbanization. So as we grow, we deploy technology to ensure that our growth in our urban areas is actually reduced by through the use of ICT, the negative impact of urbanization that we have mentioned. We also need to make sure that, of course, smart cities will elicit, market transparency, information asymmetry, and transactional issues. Because when you have smart cities, you cannot but have data transparency. Because smart city is a transparent city. There is nothing to hide. There is a lot of automation. There is a lot of information from the authorities. Even, at the press of a button, all your title data, title information and everything, you will get it. Go online. It's the same thing. Even in England now, if you want to look, if you have a property that you are looking at, just go to land registry. Get the code, go there, you see all the information. In fact, transaction history from the beginning, the owner, everything you see. So transparency, like I said, is actually going to be very, very important. So estate surveyors and valuers should be encouraged to undertake continued professional development in this area. It is not because we are estate surveyors and valuers, so automatically we can actually take advantage of activities in smart cities. This is, a concept that is not, strictly speaking, as a subject. It's not part of our traditional curriculum. So we need to develop ourselves. It is important that we understand the various aspects, of this particular
this particular concept so that we take advantage of the opportunity. But the skills are there, the knowledge is there, deposited in us. What we need to do is to do more continued professional development to be able to open our eyes to actually deploying that skill, that knowledge, that is raw that we have. And so SS surveyors and valuers should be encouraged to undertake personal development, professional development in these areas to actually better position their relevance and that of the profession among other built environment professionals in the planning, development, and management. Those are the areas that I've talked that we have roles to play of new cities of the future that is smart, automated, and sustainable. Next slide. So, noble colleagues, that is my presentation on smart, sustainable city. Thank you.
Please, we can do better than that. Again, a round of applause for our second vice president, SS Surveyor and Valuer, Victor Adekunle Alonge, a fellow of the institution, a fellow of Institute of Directors, Nigeria, a fellow of Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, just to inform us, I've been told that we're going to be taking questions, but that will be after the other part of the session, the other plenary session we're going to be doing. We're going to be adding it together to take questions for our lead paper presenter. But I'm going to confirm, because of our leaders here, some of them want to go and rest. They've been here all day. So we're going to make room for some very few questions from our senior men in the building. And I'll also confirm with our repertoires before we proceed. Can we have music, please? Light music. Thank you. Your Excellencies, yesterday we had the plenary sessions, and in the course of our plenary yesterday, most of the things that were done here were very theoretical, so we couldn't place our fingers on most of the things that the presenters were, paper presenters were saying. But lucky for us, Edo State government is working along the smart cities for the future, and we happen to have the commissioner in charge of this process in Edo State as an SS surveyor and valuer. So she went back to put some things together to show us what they are doing in Edo State, the heartbeats of Nigeria. They always say that when you stop breathing, Nigeria dies. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, can we welcome the Honorable Commissioner from Edo State, as a surveyor and valuer, is okay, Omo. Please a round of applause for her. She comes up. She's going to be doing a pictorial representation of what they are doing in Edo State in regards to smart cities. She just have 10 minutes for that. Then we take questions and bring up our panelists. You're welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. President, I would want to ask to stand on the well-established protocol. My name is Isoke Nomo, and yesterday, we had a lot of talk on cities of our future, and a lot of concepts actually came out and suggestions. But we felt as well that A lot of these things they're talking about, they sound good and they are what we desire. But it cannot be done in isolation of the reality of what we have on ground, the resources we have, and our peculiarities. But before I start to just give you what our experience has been so far, because we've started this process, it's a huge learning curve. I think it's necessary for us to put it in perspective and actually see the issues that come out as we start to try and implement a smart city. Before I do that, I just want my PS, the Permanent Secretary for Fiscal Planning, Mrs. Aye, to please come, because it's something that we've worked on and it's really opened a lot of things up for us. We call all these cities and things that are working, but one thing we cannot forget is we are trying to be smart within environments that people are still building. Is that not correct? They are still building, so it is going to be very rare for you to find a blank piece of paper as land to start it. So you have a joint approach where you are doing urban renewal on the one side and then trying to be smart. So I just wanted to share what our experiences have been in Edo State and Benin City in particular on what we have done in trying to become a smart city. So this picture that you're seeing here is actually the secretariat. It's an actual picture. This was not the case a couple of years ago. This is very new. And a lot of people, when I put up this picture, they don't believe it is Edo State. But it is Edo State because now, within particular corridors, we have 24 hours power. We have our infrastructure being renewed so we can tie the old with the new. Edo State is an ancient city. And part of the uniqueness of Benin City is that ancientness. And we want to capitalize on that value while we are creating new things. I do not want to say a lot on what has already been said. A lot of things you've gotten a lot of education. So I'll just go to what our experiences have been and what are the lessons we've learned so far. Now, we have a mega agenda, making Edo great again. And we have 6 thematic pillars. So when Alonge was talking about thematic pillars, I just smiled. What we've done is we've actually dimensioned what we want to do, because it is clear that we cannot do everything and we cannot do it all at the same time. If we're going to go smart, we're going to have to phase it in line with our realities and follow what is on ground. And you look at the areas of your strength. Where are my quick wins? Where are the biggest things that I can turn around really quickly? So we're going to just go through what has happened, what we have learned, and then maybe out of that you get things that you can take back and use in your work. Now, this is Benin City. The white mark was Benin City 1984. And the red one is Benin City 2010. So you can see the growth. And this growth is unplanned. So the city is sprawling. Infrastructure is not following it. I don't want to show you what the picture is today because we have a map. We've just flown around the city and the picture is scary. Now, Benin City is 5 local governments as at today. When we're talking about Ibadan, years gone by, it looked like, oh, it wouldn't happen, but it's happening in Benin. So Benin City today is 5 local governments out of the 7 local governments in the Edo South Senatorial Zone. So it is growing, and it is growing without plan. So these are the issues that we expect. Have we done master plan before? Yes. What we've agreed is we need to plan for it to work. For you to have a smart city, you must start from somewhere. So you need people. Go back, please. Go back, please. Go back, please. One slide back, please. So we had the first plan in 1970 and the second one in 1992. The performance of those plans is less than 30%. We have not been able to, if we look at that plan today, there is no correlation with what is on ground today and what was planned. So something went wrong somewhere. So those plans were done, and what had happened was they engaged consultants, they did it plans for them without engaging them and gave it to them. A good ceremony is done, everybody is happy, and they put it in the shelf. So the people are not involved. But what we've done now is that last year, we started the socio-economic plan, which is the Edo State Development Plan. It was launched November last year, out of which we now have 2 physical plans, a Benin City Master Plan and Edo State Regional Development Plan. And the truth is that we cannot plan Benin City and leave the regions, because if you do that, you'll be encouraging the same
rural-urban migration that we're trying to minimize. So we're doing everything together. While we're doing the one for the state, we're also putting concentration in Benin. Because for our population, Benin City, as it stands today, stands for about 55% of the whole Edo State population. So it is very huge. And the impact of that can affect every other thing. So that is what we're doing. So we've started 2 30-year plans. The socioeconomic one, which drives the physical one. But if the physical environment is not okay, the benefits of the socioeconomic one can obviously not be seen. The next slide, please. Now, what have we done? We started with Operation Show Your Building Plan because Africans naturally do not like to share information. Is that not correct? If you ask somebody, how old are you? Why do you want to know? How many children do you have? You want to count my children for me? Where do you live? Nigerians are, especially Nigerians, who are very afraid of information. And without information, can you collect data? The answer is no, you can't. So we needed to get, first of all, we didn't even know how many properties do we have in Benin. If you were to ask me, the commissioner, I did not have that figure. How many petrol stations? I don't know. How many schools? I don't know. How many health centers? I don't know. So how can I be a commissioner if I don't know? But that was the reality that was on ground. So we agreed that, okay, let us take a pilot point and ground truth it. And then go from door to door and house to house and get this information. And based on this information, we can start working from a little area to find out what is happening. So we looked at key things: education, health, waste management, environmental issues. So those were the things that we really wanted to put out. So what we did was we started with Operation Show Your Building Plan in March 11th at Amagba, which is an area within Ward 2 of Oredo local government, right in the heart of the city. And the results that came out of it were mind-boggling, where you had people that were living inside the city, but they were totally cut off from governance, from services, and they were in the city. So that, once that came out and it was put before the ESCO, the governor said, no, let us make it planning for the states. So we're not going to just do it just for physical planning, but for the state, and let the master plan be now that they are no longer planning for us, but they are planning with us. So we will be part of the planning process. We will learn to plan so that when the consultants go, we can continue to update these plans, and we know at every point where we should be. And this is totally technology driven. We have something called data to mega, which is data we have been collecting for the past 5 years about Edo State. So we had that data. We had Edo GIS that has started 4 years ago that is now at a state where you can get your C of O in Edo within 60 days and for as little as 50,000. So we had that data, and they had flown around Benin City. The whole of Benin City, 18,000 square kilometers had been flown around. So we had pictures, we had maps, we had data, but we needed to match this data with what was on ground. So there was the need for us to do that ground truthing, because that's the only way you can really plan. If you don't know what is on ground, you don't know the number of people, you don't know who you are planning water for, you're just wasting your time. Your technology can only help you with the amount of data that you put into it. So we use our data, that is the flow chart. The data we collected from both Edo GIS and data to mega, they give it to us. We now send people on the street. We have 1,000 handheld devices. As they collect the information, it is fed into the server immediately, online real time. And once it gets to the server, our ICT department takes it and sends it to each of the ministries. The ministries look at this data, they confirm it what they have, and then the consultant cleans the data up, put it in a repository, and everybody can work from that data. And from that data, they design the quick wins, the short term, and whatever things we want to do. So that's, and so if you can see the whole process from the data to mega to the handheld devices, and then it comes to the repository and it goes to all the ministries. We have covered 4 communities in the last 3 months, and I'll show you what the information is. The next slide, please. So what we did was to pick 15 key ministries. And the belief is that if we can sort these ones out, every other thing will naturally fall into place. So these are the ministries that affect everybody's life. So from health, water, infrastructure, power, agriculture, health, all of that. This is the figure. From that, we visited 2 local governments, estimated population. This is actually real time, because most of the time they've not done what's it called? Census. So they are using this as a thing to deceive. But we're able to say these are the people who are on ground in this area. And these are the this is their demographics. The young people, the old people, this is what is on ground. And this is what we found out. Properties visited, 18,351 properties. Basically, bungalows. So Benin is actually a flat city at the moment. The other kind of developments are not a lot. The next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so this is one of our quick wins. Knowing this, what the government now did, because of the pressure in the city, we identified a land within our forest reserve where we want to start a new town. And what we're going to do, we will not finish this project within our time, our tenure. It's not possible. But we will start it by taking the land, parcellating it, putting in the design, and starting the infrastructure. So we can remove the pressure from the city center. That it is a properly planned city. It has everything you would need, all kinds of land uses and things like that. The next slide, please. So this is another of those projects. Go to the next slide. Let me leave this. So I'll just come to the bottom line, please. Okay, these are the lessons we learned. That people are key to the success of data collection. Without the people, you will not get the data. And without the data, you cannot plan. Without the planning, you cannot do the smart city. Stakeholders engagement is key. We met with traditional rulers, community, members of the built environment. We met with local government. We met with Christian association, Muslim association. We kept meeting with people, talking, using different channels, jingles, going to radio station, just every form of communication, both social and local, using town crier, whatever it is to get the message to the people for them to buy in. And then there is also there is need for political will. You cannot do it if your government does not support. The government must support and show commitment to the process for it to actually work. And then there will be need for legislation, because legislation gives it continuity. It gives it back. It gives it bone. And then we keep planning and implementing at the same time. So there's a lot of hand-holding. As a result of that, every ministry now has a planning and research department so that they are part of the process from the beginning. And then with evidence and actions to show that the citizens that it is working. So we started small, it took an area as a pilot, and we taking it from there. The next slide, I think that's it. So this is what we've achieved so far. The communication has become better. People now feel that the government is for them, not them and us. They see us as people that they can engage with. And then there's a lot of training, retraining, and capacity building. So I've talked about places that we've already gone technology, using ACGIS, data collection, communication scheme, and also training people on dispute resolution so that we are able to engage with the people better. And then we're rolling out technology in all these schemes. Edo GIS, ESMA, Edo BEST, Edo STEPS, ESIPO, Edo ESOP, which is Agric, and EMOA, which is our tourism and our tourism project. And there's a central data server to give you the information that you can collect, and everybody can share those information as they use it. And then it broke down the silos. No more silos. We're not talking to each other. We're not collaborating. We all understand that we are just as strong as the weakest person. So there's no competition. There's no, I want to be the best, but we're trying to work together for the people so that people can get value. And then what did we do? Also try to give reward. So if you come and bring in your data, we'll give you waste bins so that you are encouraged to keep coming. So we're starting to do urban renewal bit by bit. So in conclusion, move the last slide, please. Last slide. So this is the next steps. No, back, please. So in conclusion, all I can say to you is, it's not going to be smooth sailing. There's a lot of work to be done, but it is totally possible that we can get to the cities of our dreams. And it's not going to be done in one full swoop. It's going to be phase by phase by phase by phase. Thank you very much.
There's nothing to say. Mr. President, I beg to stand on the existing protocol. We have not come here to showcase ourselves. We have come here to tell you that the estates of yours and valuers
we are doing something. And very soon you will see that in Edo State. So you can get a smart city that everybody loves. That city will be a city planned by you, planned with you, planned for your people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Commissioner for Fiscal Planning and Urban and Regional Development, Edo State, and the Permanent Secretary of that ministry. Please, before we start taking questions for the lead paper presenter, I need to issue a disclaimer, please. I need to issue a disclaimer. Please, she wasn't part of this program. This was done by the wisdom of the repertoires. Please, and there is a time allocated for that. Please, let's help ourselves. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Edo State is actually setting the pace. Please, we are going to be taking questions for the lead paper. While we are doing that, we'll be setting up the panelists for the next plenary session. Again, if you have a question for the lead paper presenter, you have 1 minute to ask your question. Please, you tell us your name. Our ushers, can you get a microphone, please? Can you set up the stage? Bring it, let me tell you how to set it up. Please, you tell us your name. There's somebody in front. Microphones, please. Please, you tell us your name and your question, please. 1 minute for each person.
Okay, my name is Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Dr. I.O. Bunna. I want to ask, from what we have seen, city planning and governance is a multidisciplinary venture. How do we convince, thank God the town planner is here, how do we convince town planners who feel that is their professional preserve, you know, to know that other professionals like us, like estate surveyors and valuers, should be involved in city planning and governance. Because what we are saying now, when you go to the public sector now, when you go to the ministries, it can cause some rift among officers. So how do we convince them, the town planners, that the estate surveyors and valuers should be involved in town planning and governance?
Thank you. Please, next question. Who has a question, please? Somebody's raising his hand at the back, please. Just tell us your name, 60 seconds. If you want to make a question, let us know the question. If you're suggesting, let's know you're suggesting. Please, 60 seconds is too much for a question, please. Your name?
Hello, my name is ESV Ayeni Adebi. I want to ask, considering our adversarial development and considering the legislative structure or framework that might be required for us to have a sustainable smart city, could it actually be achieved without having a full urban renewal? Thank you.
Sir, did you get that, sir? Okay, next question, please. Somebody's hand is up in front of you. Can you give him the mic, please?
Thank you very much. Our lead paper presenter, we want to appreciate you, Mr. President, past presidents, council members. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Estate Surveyor and Valuer Tanik Bola Olasukome is my name. During the course of the presentation of the paper, it was mentioned that a migration from rural to the urban center will be high in a couple of years to come. to achieve smart city concept. We dare not bring about congestion in the city center, and which will invariably lead to more housing deficits. Also, it will as well affect the rural center. In what way can the government work on the rural center through the provision of infrastructural facilities to reduce the migration? Thank you.
Please, the final question is in front here. The professor have a question to ask, please.
Thank you. I'm Professor Joe Onyike. Now, the approach presented by the smart governor from Edo State addressed part of the problem. But we're in a country where most of good ideas are truncated by selfish interests. I've been listening to papers here. There hasn't been any that try to address our peculiar problems here towards realizing this goal of a smart city. What can we do? My question will go to both of them, both Alonke and the commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please, sir, can you address the questions, sir? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think the first question from Professor or Dr. Ogbonna, don't worry, you'll soon be a prof. I've actually... Now, how do we convince town planners that estate surveyors and valuers are relevant in city town planning governance? Well, it's not just city town planning governance. Development, first of all. It's not actually a matter of convincing them. It's a matter of bringing out our values. Now, planners would be expected to come up with planning when there is actually, when a location is identified to be viable. You see, that is where we come in. It's not about town planning. You see, coming up with smart city is not one professional's work. It is multidisciplinary, and everybody must work together. And I started some examples of, new town developments that we've had in the past. Most of those, developments were actually fronted by single or maybe dual, disciplines, and probably motivated by some political undertone. That's why they are not successful. But the cities we are talking about is not just government proclamation. From what we've heard from Edo State government, you will see that even though it is an initiative of the government, they are being democratic about actually bringing it to life, involving communities, trying to understand their requirements, before actually going to the details. And it is that democratic aspect of it that will bring out the full planning. But the point actually is, and that will take me to the second question, because your question is also linked to the second question, that can we actually have a smart city without, especially looking at the existing cities without having full urban renewal? The honest truth is, if you want to convert existing city to smart city, what is it actually? It's urban renewal. That is the simple, description of it. But the point is, this urban renewal may now have to be, the content may have to be different from the traditional urban renewal that we are used to. because the element of sustainability, the element of intelligence will have to come in. And again, you see, when you want to do urban renewal, it is not possible for planners alone to say, yes, we are going to do it. Because in urban renewal, you are looking at, you know, what we call brown area, you know, rejuvenation, brown fields. You understand the point? And that is not just planning. You see, existing, you already have land use for the city. What you are trying to do is to upgrade it, to renew it. And that renewal will not just come with just, you know, changing the buildings, but providing infrastructure and then looking at the value. So it is not about convincing them. I think it's about actually demonstrating our own value-adding capacity. That is it. It is not something that we have to go and say, look, we need a law to make us, you know, relevant. It's not about law. It is about value adding. That is the nature of it. You'll be part of it if you're able to demonstrate your capacity to add value. That is it. And that applies to all professionals. Then the other question from ESV Tanigbola Olasukomi. Yes, I think I did say that currently the global city population is about 4.6 billion. And that the rural component, the rural area is about 3.6. And in the next 50 years, 2050, it is predicted that we will have 2.5 million more, you know, population in the cities. And out of this, 90% of it will be in Africa and Asia. But the point is, as the city projection grows, the rural population will actually decrease to about 3.1 from the current 3.6. Now, the point actually is, it is not about, you know, it's not about actually making the city to be congested more. It is about actually planning so that we can start planning for smart cities to actually take care of this migration, because it is a natural phenomenon. It will happen. People will have to look for better opportunities. You understand the point? But the point is, it would have been worse, because if you look at the statistics, I think it's about 300 and something million that is actually going to be decreased. But that means that policies will have to also be put in place to ensure that there are opportunities in the rural areas to make people still stay there. But you cannot prevent people from moving. But how do we plan for this movement to make sure that we don't have congestion? The whole idea of having smart cities is not to have congestion in the cities, so that you have smart cities to absorb these people as they come in, and then ensure that we are not back to square one. I think those are the questions. Oh, sorry. I think the last one from Professor Oyuke. Now, you see, there is what we call conceptual framework. You are a prof, and you know this. We say we are looking at how do we achieve smart city conceptually. You see, when it comes to implementation, that is where your point comes in. You see, we're talking of Africa and Asia, the challenge that we face in terms of, we're going to have this explosion. Now, so we need that, conceptual framework, the general, this thing. And then when it comes to individual jurisdictions implementation, you are now going to domesticate it, those plans, and then see what are the challenges, your peculiar challenges. And that is the second leg, of actually looking at that aspect. That's where people in academics, people in practice will have to collaborate and look at our own peculiar situation and how to adapt those, broad conceptual framework for implementation. So I think that is the best way to it, because we cannot, within the general conceptual framework and whatever, including individual jurisdictions challenges. I think I'm making sense, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. Okay, please, can you give it to the Honorable Commissioner, please? It's on, it's on. Please, can you power her mic? Sound.
Yeah, they talked about continuity, but because of time, I couldn't really deal with it. We're very much aware of the issue of continuity, and a lot of people are worried that, okay, if this government goes, then what happens? Is there going to be something going under the shelf? So one of the things we're doing is actually putting the master plans in the school curriculum. So they are starting it from primary schools. Those are the things we're doing. Put it in the school curriculum. And not only that, we have also engaged with the academia. So the universities, we have taken experts in the different areas of interest. So water experts, power, and all that. And then they are working with the ministries to handle them. Teach them the planning process. So they will always be there even after the government goes. And then we're also putting it in public domain. So people are aware this is what we need to do in Edo. So they'll start asking government what they are doing about it. We know all this will not clear it, but it is a step to start to make people to be accountable. So those are the kind of things that we're actually doing. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you very much. She's behind you. Please, one of the members of the repertoires want to do a short contribution for 1 minute. Please, let's start.
Thank you very much. Let me start on the protocols. And please, I'm masking because I wish to break protocol. From all we've said, and particularly from what the second vice presented, and the question of Professor Nyike, rounded up by the Edo example. Let me say that given my involvement in the CPC, and particularly for the presentations, we had expected this kind of presentation as a case study. And let's plead, please, incoming. Where's the first vice? BOT. Please, our conferences, our MCPDs, our sessions need to be adjusted. I don't want to say change. We must begin to teach ourselves properly. In fact, Edo State has given what I have wanted to mention. The one way forward is curriculum. Is Professor Mrs. Kakulu here? Professor Kujiru, you're here. Heads of departments, colleagues in the academia, even in practice. We need to begin to change the curriculum. How many of us can deal with smartness from our teaching and learning in the school? We need to adjust what we teach in the school and in the offices. And of course, like she said, if you're taking planning to to the primary school, by the time the kid gets to secondary school, he's already familiar. Whether he works in public or private, he already has a mindset of what needs to be done. Gentlemen and ladies, thank you. We need to go to curriculum.
Thank you, sir. Prof. Please, can we give all of them a round of applause, please? Okay, a special announcement before we go to the next part of today's event. If you have the program with you, you will see a lot of speech by vendors and all that, Faculty of Real Estate Consultancy, all that is not taking place. The only thing that will be taking place after this is that we'll go and rest and show up for the presidential cocktail in the evening on the first floor of the gallery at this very venue. Please join me welcome our panelists for today's event, as a surveyor and valuer, Professor I.B. Kakulu. Please a round of applause for Professor I.B. Kakulu, please. Prof, if you're here, Professor I.B. Kakulu, if you're here, Prof, please, we need you seated. They will be discussing promoting city development action through inclusive, integrated, and sustainable real estate practice. So if they're not here, we'll just proceed. As a surveyor and valuer, Hyacinth Oseji. Estate surveyor and valuer, Hyacinth Oseji. Professor Kakulu, please. Let's clap for her. She's here. Let's clap for her, please. The women are not clapping today. Yesterday, you clapped more than everybody. What's happening today? As a surveyor and valuer, Hyacinth Oseji. As a surveyor and valuer, Paul Osaji. Is Paul Osaji here, please? Let's round of applause for him if he's here. Okay. Joining them here is Estate Surveyor and Valuer Dakpo Olaya, a fellow of the institution. Please, a round of applause for him. My boss. Okay, yeah. I was looking for you here. Please, let's clap for them. Oh, let's clap for them. I don't know why we're not clapping for them. My leader, my Oga. This is the man that paid me my first money as an assistant surveyor and valuer. Paid me my first money. I remember. Nice to see you again, sir. Okay, as a surveyor and valuer, Benga Olaniyo. Is he here? As a surveyor and valuer, Benga Olaniyo. Oh, please, a round of applause for him. He's here. That's great. Yeah. One of our finest as a surveyor and valuer. Always well dressed. These are the people we are talking about. Even from his shoe, you know that he collects professional fee on a very good note. You're welcome, sir. Our moderators for today's event, we know them very well. We have as a surveyor and valuer Adejumoke Akure. Please, a round of applause for her. One of our moderators for this event session. And also joining her is SS Surveyor and Valuer Osato Osawaye. Please, a round of applause for this. You are up for a very beautiful session. Please joining the panelists and the big fish in the building, the first vice president of our institution as a surveyor and valuer, Jumbu Amayabo, please. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes to join the panelists?
Good afternoon. Please let me stand on already established protocol and welcome the indefatigable ones still left sitting at this conference this afternoon to this very short, we're going to make it a very short panel because we've heard quite a lot. The reason why we are doing this array of speakers is we just want to do some what you call like practical work, that kind of a thing. You know, when you do theory, you do practical work. So this is like the practical. We want to go with the consultants in the field and speak about all that we've been talking about, the future cities, and see how we can bring the aspect of practical into all that we've been saying since yesterday. More so with the Edo templates that we just said a few minutes ago. All the panelists have been introduced and I welcome you all once again. And I want to start, we have two topics for discussion. Our first topic talks about promoting city development action through inclusive, integrated, and sustainable real estate practice. The second moderator is sitting like a speaker. He's not a speaker. Oh, yeah.
Decided to keep you company.
Okay, he's decided to come up and keep me company. Thank you, sir. So let me start the question from Prof. And I'm not doing ladies first. See, I'm just starting from Prof. And I want to ask you, you know, there's some buzzwords here. You've got inclusive, integrated, sustainable. And just picking one of them, I want you to take us through, because it talks about practice. How are we going to be able to use inclusiveness as consultants, consulting buzzword of inclusiveness to promote city development? Now, the idea is not to stop the conversation here. The 20-25 minutes we have cannot do justice to the quantum of what we want to discuss. So we want to start the conversation here, but we want to take it beyond this space so that even when we gather together, maybe in our state, our branches, or in our little groups, we can continue thinking about it because we remain relevant as consultants in the beauty industry when we talk about the future of cities. So, Ma, your opinion.
Okay, thank you very much for having me on. All protocols duly observed. So I like to start from the opposite of what it means to be non-inclusive, which is like working in silos. When you work in silos, it's I, me, and my. You don't think about anything else. But in inclusiveness, we get everybody into the picture, all sectors. So in the real estate practice, for instance, when we build, when we go into development projects, when we provide data for development, who do we think about? Only one class of society? Are we pro-poor in our thoughts? I like to compare our practice to that of the medical doctors. The doctor will treat the patient who's a billionaire and will treat the patient who is a pauper. Medical treatment is medical treatment, right? So for all inclusiveness, gender, multi-faith, people from different walks of life, different economic backgrounds, our planning and our urban development should be all embracing. We should include and we seek to avoid excluding. So the silo mentality needs to give way for us to be able to move into inclusive thinking. Do you want any more practical? Okay, so the whole idea is, I've been thinking all day and I wanted to use a very practical example. Getting to this venue for some of us has been an uphill task. Why is that so? There's one speed break on one side of the road that can keep you there for 35 minutes to 40 minutes, trying to make a U-turn to this place. It looks insignificant, but that is something that can also deter investors and developers from developing on either side of the road. You simply say, I'm not interested in going that way because we can choose to think that it is not our business, that there's a speed break that causes hold up, that makes a venue less attractive from another venue because of the difficulty in accessing it. We can choose that it's not our business, but it is our business. Because ultimately, there's a connection between what happens there and how property values and choice of location is affected. So, like I said, the difference between inclusive thinking is going away from the silo mentality, is not my business. And I paid attention to the goodwill messages from the representative of the governor of Katsina State. And my takeaway from there was, if you want to make things change, get into mainstream politics where you can influence things. So again, sitting back and saying, we're just surveyors, all we do about urban city development is to mind our business. No, we need to move into inclusive thinking, everybody, all representation, and thinking on behalf of them as well. Thank you.
Madam. I think this one is speaking. Maybe you give the one to, thank you, madam, for throwing some light on inclusiveness. We've been talking about smart cities, cities of the future. And we all know that the infrastructure, in the cities of the future is what actually makes them the cities of the future. One of the challenges we're having in this part of the world is that our infrastructure is a little bit backward. When I say infrastructure, you know what I mean. So, Chief Ofili, I want you to throw some light on public infrastructures and where we are in Nigeria and in the third world generally, and how to bring our cities into the cities of the future by looking at infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Good evening. While standing on the existing protocol, we're discussing sustainable city. We said you can't get good sustainable city if you don't have good infrastructure to go with the city. However, if you listen to definitions people have given, you will see that for city to be sustainable, it means you have to manage your resources well. Now, the challenge we have in this part of the world is that the fundamentals are usually not right. Now, what's the fundamental for managing a good city? That's managing your resources well, first. If you come to our own part of the world, there's something we're missing. Maybe it's because of religion, I don't know. We have refused to manage our population. Now, when you don't manage your population is growing in a geometric progression. Your resources is not growing in a geometric progression to match it. I wonder how any manager want to use little resources that is growing, I don't know, even if it's growing in an arithmetic progression, to match and create infrastructure to meet the yearning of population that is growing in a geometric progression. So I see that that's the fundamental challenge we have as a people. That if you see what they did in Asian world, China at a point was growing the way we're growing in Africa. And they suddenly said, you know what, stop. They made a policy on population growth and said, everybody, if you have more than one child, you pay more tax to government so that we can meet those infrastructure growth. But I know if you mention in this part of the world, people will say, oh, no, leave us. God gives children. I don't know, maybe God will give us infrastructure. I don't know. So for me, I think the major problem is, let us understand the statistics well. People are moving from rural areas, coming into the city center. But no state government in Nigeria today will tell you what is the statistics of the number of people coming in. If you don't know the number of people coming in, only God knows how you're going to plan for them. So our fundamental problem is that the foundation for planning is usually faulty. We don't even have it. We don't even know it. I'm happy Edo State is saying they now want to go back to start looking for these statistics to create it. Because if you don't have it, take example, this hall where we are now. If you go to the conveniences now, you'll be shocked that the tap water have stopped running. Meaning that the people that built this didn't match the number of people here with the number of water supply they will need and make it sustainable. So at the end, you can see they've created this infrastructure here. They've created a facility, a wonderful facility, but things that will make it work, the services that will make it work, they didn't plan well for it. Ordinarily, they could have told us how many cubic meters of water that will serve. This hall wasn't up to 90% occupied today, but you'll be shocked that before if you go there now, you don't have water. And nobody is even talking about it. You don't even know who to talk to when it happens. Those are part of our challenges. So we need to do more of statistic building before we can create infrastructure that can be sustained. That's for me.
Thank you very much, Ezra Ophili. You closed out with this this case in point, but then it goes to something on the issue of mindset, and there was something also Professor Kakulu said about if as consultants you want to get involved in the kind of development of this place. He also talks about mindset. I'm going to come back to the question about what kind of a mindset we ought to have as consultants in those fields. But I want to ask, as we gradually shift to the second topic, we talked about transforming Nigerian cities for a better urban future. And I've got two clear examples of people who've been there and done that, bought the t-shirts and came back home. From the issue of Lagos State and in Lagos, as in Lagos State, and Port Harcourt as in Rivers. And I would like to get their opinion practically from almost over 25, almost 30 years of experience working in these two very major quote unquote cities. And here, what would you say as a consultant even maybe like a fly on the wall in where these consultations are being done. Because if we haven't started to be in politics and we are just still flies on the wall, what would we be saying to them as they're drafting or creating some of these concepts and transforming the cities that we'd want to see? So I would like individually both to share your opinion. Mr. Olaya from a PH perspective and my Oga, you said somebody called you boss, so my own boss from a Lagos perspective subsequently. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, noble colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very delighted to be sharing the stage with Prof. and my two fellows. Since yesterday, we've been listening to lots of speakers on the theme of our conference, which is Cities of the Future. And a lot of information has been given to us, some of them mind-blowing. The most critical part of it for me as a professional is looking ahead. We're told that in the year 2050, about 68% of the population of the world will be living in the urban centers. What that means is that the future of the world is urbanization. And as professionals, we should look ahead. We're told that currently about 55% of the world population lives in cities, and in Nigeria, about 51%. We're also told that in the year 2050, the population of Nigeria will be over 400 million. Now, as professionals and as stakeholders in the built environment, we should really be worried, considering what we see around us. I frequent Lagos a lot, and even the highest residential areas that are supposed to be heavily reserved, they are being overtaken by slums. By that, I mean Ikoyi. And our population is still about 217 million. And looking at what is going on around us, as professionals and as stakeholders in the built industry, I think we should think ahead. We should advise all stakeholders that we know to start to focus on housing. Because Lagos, as of today, we're told, has a population of over 20 million. River State has about close to 10, and Port Harcourt has more than 2 million. Now, if our population doubles and we don't plan ahead, we'll be in very serious trouble, because the cities are the ones that will bear the biggest brunt of this urbanization. And we're also told that 35% of the population of the world living in the urban centers will be from 3 countries: India, China, and Nigeria. Now, we all know that China is doing something about urbanization. They are creating new cities. Their cities are getting smart. Likewise, India. As it is, I don't think Nigeria even has any city to turn into a smart city. We need to really talk to ourselves as professionals, advise our clients, then in actually solving the problems that we're talking about. Because imagine people moving from the rural areas and flooding into the cities. Where would they live? As it is, as of today, look around you. You have slums, you have blighted settlements, you have even the reserve areas, especially in Port Harcourt. You have shanty settlements everywhere. And when people come into the cities, like Port Harcourt, they don't go to the villages. They don't go to the suburbs. They all want to live in the city. And what do? they look for properties, lands that are unoccupied, and they start building shanties. So we advise that the stakeholders should look at housing, and I want to propose two ways. One is we should look at provision of affordable housing, and the government should also look at social housing, if possible. I think I will stop at this for now. Thank you.
Thank you, ESV Dapo. And you can give the mic to ESV Bengal. You said Nigeria is not planning for the population outburst. I don't think India is doing too well in that regard as well. But as a player in the Lagos market, we have some new cities in Lagos, like Eco Atlantic and all the dredging going along the Atlantic city. Can you speak to that? I see Lagos as being a city of the future in terms of future projections. The Core Atlantic is one of it. And there are a lot of islands being sandfilled in the Lekki axis. You know, so many of them, I'm sure you're aware. Can you speak to that, please?
Thank you very much. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'd like to pick from the statement from, I think, the paper by the second vice president, where he talked about adapting existing communities to be smart. And we need to start from there. And for the next 3-4 minutes, let me just share an experience, because it's one thing for us all to come for a conference and speak in a generic way. It's another thing for us to understand the kind of jobs that are available for us. For those who know Lagos, we were brought on board in Oniru Estate, which is an existing estate that is 70% developed, to actually turn around the city. And this happened because there's a visionary king that came on board. And all they started with was to tell us, listen, what can you do here? The average estate surveyor will probably say, you know what? Let me just do evaluation so you understand what the value of your kingdom is. But what we did, and I'm trying to answer your question with this example, because the question was, what next? What we did was we started with an enumeration where it took us 8 weeks, and we discovered that there are 3,200 living units. And we're able to multiply this by the WHO standards to realize that the population will be somewhere around 13,000 people within the community. And then with that, we were able to plan. Right now, we don't have enough time for me to run through what we've done, but I'm just going to break them down. Not only did we do the enumeration, we are now doing the facility management of the entire estate with 3,160 units. We are now going ahead to turn it into a smart city where you have top security by providing booms and barriers, by also providing apps where you as a resident, you even have a panic system on your phone where just by pressing something, you are able to call the police. We're also looking at the drains, we're looking at the infrastructure. I remember someone asking a question earlier on about the town planners allowing us to do this job. It's not a question of them allowing us. Right now, we are heading a team which has the town planners, has people from the title office, has all the contractors, and at the end of the day, what this has done is it has taken us from just being valuers to being facility managers for the estate. So we need to, just to round up, we need to ensure that we start by taking any of those communities that we have access to and Eco Atlantic. This is the way we can create jobs, even after listening to all the amazing papers that we have heard here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olania. You have just shared your experience as my colleague Jumoke was asking that all the speakers should tell the audience on how we as estate surveyors and valuers can benefit in rendering services to making our cities smart. Can we hear from Dapo on how the average estate surveyor, we know we all build smart homes. That's the most readily available one that the average estate surveyor has done. I build a lot of smart homes, you know, where you go in and the lights come on and the doors open, maybe voice operated. So how can the estate surveyor and valuer benefit in terms of earning income from this development of smart cities for communities, for government, for private estates like Mr. Olani just shared?
I think lots of opportunities abound for our profession. As cities grow, the need for our services also increases. Somebody is going to manage the facilities. Somebody is going to be involved with the sales of the properties. Somebody will be involved with the lettings, management of the properties, as well as valuation and appraisals. I think all along, from start to finish, we will be involved. My advice to my colleagues to be able to really key in and be able to add value when we're called upon. We call ourselves jack of all trades and master of all. I beg to disagree. That ship has long sailed. We need to develop core competencies in at least one area. If you are known for property sales, stay there. If you are known for lettings, be there. If it is valuation, asset valuation or mortgage valuation for mortgage purpose, just stay there. Make sure that when you're called upon, even your vocabulary will convince the person that you're talking to that this guy actually knows what he's doing. But all in all, as the population increases, one of the needs of man is housing, and that is where we are positioned. I think our people will have a lot to do. Thank you.
Sure, in addition to what he said, we still need to go back to train and retrain. Because when you said you want to make something smart, remember you are bringing in technology. And technology comes with a lot of disruption. That's the challenge, one of the negative side of technology. If you see what has happened to people in transport sector, when the younger people came with technology, brought in Uber, you will stay here, somebody will be communicating with a taxi man outside these premises. Two of them will connect. While you're standing, you will not understand what's going on, and they will go. And the wind is moving, is going to every industry, it's going to touch everybody. If you see people in a travel agency, nobody will tell you, go and start looking for another job or start innovating to change because the area of waiting for people to book flights for you, technology is disrupting that. You just stay with your phone, you just book your flight. Now, gradually, it will come to our own industry, whether we like it or not. You get to a point where you are looking for an apartment, you go on your phone, you see what is available in the area you want, you chat with the people, you move on. Now, what would that do for us? We equally need to quickly move into the schools and do some disruption in our curriculum so that we don't suffer what we've been suffering for a long time in Nigeria. I remember when I went to school, computer science study had moved. They were still teaching us Fortran 4 in school. You come out from school, you said, what am I doing with Fortran 4? Computer systems have moved, left MS-DOS to Microsoft Word and blah, blah, blah. So we need to follow the trend. It's unfortunate we always struggle to catch up because we are coming from a country where nobody pays attention to research. And if you don't research, you will not innovate. So we need to, in our offices too, try and develop research units where you will find out the trend from the studies you have carried out, because it will happen. Let's not think it will not happen. It will happen, and if you are not prepared, but there's an opportunity for us, which is things will be a lot easier for us to handle as professionals if we go smart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor will be making a final comment on that. It's interesting you talk about technology disrupting, but I know it's not a conversation for today. It will be interesting to see how you balance a labor-intensive society like ours with technology disrupting. Then how do you deal with what will happen out of which is the issue of maybe unemployment and all of those things. How do we marry all of that? But I also, so it can continue. Then also I'll ask that maybe when you all come together tomorrow, tomorrow, HOP, this conversation, it will be interesting that you'll be able to bring up this conversation about training and research development units in our individual practices to see how we can even evolve and be standing ahead of the climb. So Ma, please, can you round up your own comments along the lines of the others?
Sorry, I would like to just drag us back so we don't miss the word sustainable, which is part of the buzzwords for this panel. We talked about integration, we talked about sustainability, and the future city will fail if those are not the foundational elements. What are we talking about? Sustainability for the future, climate change integration into development planning, climate change integration into how we power our buildings, using up today and ensuring that the future still remains a viable option. Now, why I'm bringing us back to this is, in the past, maybe 40, 50 years ago, urban areas developed even in Nigeria, and we had this common feature called the boys' quarters, the outhouse. We provided for the ecosystem that lives in a residential environment. The house occupiers, their helps, their drivers, their cooks were all provided for. That was sustainability. What we have today, our boss lives in Ikoyi or Lekki. The guy who should be in the outhouse is coming from Aja or somewhere else. Livelihoods are disrupted. Somebody needs to leave home at 4:30 a.m. in the morning to get to his place of work, abandoned family. So when we're talking about sustainability and integration and inclusiveness, the cities of the future must go back to the basics. The cities of the future must go back to the past. In the past, the slums were not coming up and popping up in GRAs. They didn't need to. We didn't need to have a slum in GRA because the people who cannot afford expensive accommodation in and around the city, but work in and around the city, are those who are forced to go and live in the slums around the city. So future development, smart cities want to reduce carbon footprints, right? So the length of time it takes somebody to commute to work and back home is a major consideration in a smart city. We're not talking about just technology. Yesterday I was in a training on journey management. Very basic things. How do you manage activities to the field and back? And I asked a simple question. If a driver has to spend 3 hours on a journey that would ordinarily take him 20 minutes, he's stressed out, his mental health is distorted. The following day, is he going back to do that? So we need to begin to think about those core terminology that are in the Sustainable Development Goals as we think about the cities of the future. There are cities that integrate, land degradation zero. There are cities that integrate reduction in our carbon footprints. Make it easy for children to go to school next door. Make it easy for drivers to get to their August office without spending more than 20 minutes on the road, coming from where they live to where they work. That is what, so once we can reduce all this cross-cutting, people dying from accidents unnecessarily, children going to schools where they have to walk across expresses. You know, the reason I mentioned this Eliozu Road, once in a while I sit down and I calculate modern designs that we have, where you shift the traffic from one end of the road to the other end. You've not achieved anything, right? Because that's what I've noticed in our new engineering designs, new road plannings. You just, oh, we don't want anybody crossing the road. You don't need a highway going through the city. Pedestrians take priority in inner city traffic, right? So thinking about what is sustainable, we need to integrate all the users. Who are the users of the city? Everybody who uses the city, from driver to cleaner to technocrat to medical, every single person has a right to be heard in the planning. You know, several years ago, I was with the former governor of Rivers State, the wife of Como, and we were looking at building family support program centers around the markets. We were taken to the market, we went to the markets and asked the women, what are the challenges you have? The women said, this speaking for my back, get to go school, right? And it is difficult to leave my market, take the child to school and come back. We built markets, schools inside the market. We built daycares inside the market. So when we're thinking of a sustainable city, we're thinking of an all-inclusive city. You know, so many things apart from just technology should be the foundation of that city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, all our panelists. Daniel, I appreciate them. It's interesting when you speak about the climate change. I was having a conversation with, I think it was the MD of Family Homes, and he was saying to me that a lot of us as professionals do not realize how very close the dangers and the problems of climate change are. That, for example, they started developing in Kano. They're finding out that more and more development, they have to dig deeper and deeper for water. And we're not just, there's no water, it just move somewhere else. We're not thinking about it. This is actually climate change happening to us. And so it's interesting that as professionals, we need to begin to, I mean, it's not cliche to say think outside the box, because we cannot get the amount of involvement or relevance as we practice today. We have to begin to start stretching our imaginations and begin to ask the question, like one renowned writer called Simon Sinek, we use it in our resources in the office, says, start with why. We need to start asking why and begin to question ourselves, so can we then develop ourselves. Thank you very much, Ma, about the issue of sustainability. I appreciate you all for coming. Thank you so much for your time. And for the issue about changing our curriculum, thank God the second vice president is here, who is very passionate about competency. And so, sir, we hand down on you into the future. Thank you so very much. Thank you all for listening, and I wish you all a very good evening.
And we have our first vice and second vice to join for this group photograph. Is the president in the house? No, he's gone out. All right, the second vice is in the house, so let's have the group photograph. Can we have the CPC chair to come to this side, please? Thank you. No. Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you again, everyone. We virtually brought this session to a close for the day. Please let's get ready for the presidential cocktail. Have a good evening, everyone, and thank you once again.
Went away to a far, far land. Spent some time in New York. Most of my time in England. No, I come from England to make some vibes. Just to but the vibes they're teaching me that don't write in my book. But the vibes they're teaching me that don't write in my book. Lie. No put it there, no put them no way. No put it there, Lord, where them must sing. No bend down, just keep them to the ground. All stand it, make the world them panic. Teach the youth them how to live. Teach the youth them how to survive. Hold your corner and save your life. And that's no jive. The youths them make a living by selling some stuff, while some make a living wiping down cars. Can't you see the time we're living in? The people are suffering. No teach me nothing, just teach me something. Don't teach me nothing, just teach me something. Hold your corner and save your life.